It's Thursday, October 19th, 2023 at around 11 p.m. and we are on part 4 of our playthrough of The Messenger, a deluxe escape room game. This may be our last session. It feels like we're in the home stretch, but on the other hand, I don't know if we're going to get stuck on any puzzle here. Let's check in with the chat. Perry said, has some strange occurrence during last night's show. Video came through, chat was there. When I posted to chat, it never seemed to arrive, although it appeared on my end. There is a weird thing with YouTube. You'll notice YouTube has a live chat and a top chat thing. And occasionally it seems like YouTube will decide that a certain comment is likely to be spam or something, and it won't show it to the rest of the group. If that happens, post a little follow-up, or it could be the witch, the messenger. All right, so let's do a little bit of bookkeeping before we start today's session. On Sunday, we'll have our finale of Dear Holmes and read the last letter, which has the solution. I think we understand that case pretty well, but it's always fun to get it wrapped up. I think the plan will be on Saturday night to play a fan case of Bureau of Investigation, the box by Gregory Pravat, published by Space Cowboys, the other Cthulhu spin-off of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Or maybe we'll play a Mythos Tales case, but we'll play one of those deduction-based games on Saturday. If we finish this game up today, then there'll either be a break on Friday or we'll figure out something else to do on Friday. We're trying to pack as much into this second half of October as we can. We've still got a bunch more sort of spooky deluxe games to play. This one has been fantastic so far. Anything else to talk about? If you like these videos and you want to see more, please consider giving it a thumbs up, subscribing to the channel, etc. Has anyone else been visited by any demons last night that we should know about between streams? Anyone get any warnings? So we ended yesterday's stream with a, having unlocked the 6th of 7 videos. If you'll remember, the website gave us a whole bunch of locked videos. Let's see if we can bring it up here. Everything from Found It, Eddie, Ann, and these were all locked. And they unlocked with a series of passwords that we found in each subsequent video. When we got to this last video, which we're going to watch again because it's spooky, and they're in reverse chronicle order. So the accident was the first video, chronologically, that triggered the rest of the things. And in each of these 6 videos, we got some subliminal letters put on the screen in a kind of loose grid. And with the last video, we got a set of 6 pairs of numbers. And it was all clear to all of us that the way we were going to get a message out of this was to assemble the letters from all 6 videos in the right order, and that probably that would give us the password for the final video. And Shazner in the chat assembled the letters and came up with the solution. At the end of the last video, we said, look, it's too difficult to do this on a tablet and line up these things. So we're going to start today's session by rewatching that video, which is creepy. And then I'll walk you through the process for getting the message out of it. Does that sound good? Anything else to talk about before we do that? Let's do that, and then that'll catch us up, and then we'll watch the video and then recap anything we need to before we start. So we're going to watch this accident video again. This is a little spooky because this guy, we know this parcel is always being delivered to pairs of people. Someone who's lost someone, and then they have to make some decision about bringing them back or something. So this is Sean Lyons, who got delivered a package several weeks after this video, and he has been tracing down, trying to figure out what it's all about. But this is the video that started it all. And you can see here he is happy with his wife. Let's see. Let's watch this together. All right, so we watched this yesterday, but we're going to watch it again to refresh our memory and see if there's anything else.
Morning, everyone. Sean Lyons here. 8 a.m. and still 5 hours to go on the way back from Ohio. Look at her. Still sleeping. Isn't she cute? Well, we survived the weekend. Not really sure how her parents feel about me. Guess I should have asked her dad first, but...
You were too chicken shit to make a phone call. Stop recording, okay?
Do you know how intimidating your dad can be? Man, he's got like that deep voice, like one of those movie trailer man voices. It's in a world where a boyfriend becomes fiance, only one man...
Oh, give it a break, okay? They loved you.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I don't think your dad smiled once the whole weekend. He was just standing there staring at me.
That's just what he does. That's just what he does. Just turn the camera off.
Okay? No, look. Do you know how awkward it is for someone to just stare at you for a whole weekend?
Yeah, actually, I had someone staring at me for months before they asked me out. Maybe you and my dad have something in common after all.
Okay, look, that was a little different, okay? I wasn't staring at you like a guy was about to rip your head off and throw it in the backyard for the wolves to feed on.
Wolves?
Yeah.
They're German shepherds.
German shepherds? Yeah, those beasts. Wait a second. What the hell is that?
What was what?
That, you didn't see that back there? Look.
See what?
What the hell was that?
I doubt anyone's out here this time. Did you get much sleep last night?
No,
Sean,
look,
please
there was
stop.
somebody there.
Stop.
No, I'm serious.
Sean, you're gonna
there
stop.
was somebody there.
Please
What?
stop.
Jennifer, hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. Jennifer, are you okay? Oh God, Jennifer. Jennifer, talk to me. Are you awake? Are you okay? Jennifer. Okay. I gotta find my phone. Where's my phone? Hold on, Jennifer. I'm getting help.
All right, so very creepy. We know based on this parcel whole system that Jennifer probably did not make it. And then he was presented with this parcel that gave him a choice to bring her back somehow. That was very creepy. It looked like maybe the witch's spirit distracted him. But yeah, this didn't... Perry points out in the channel, this adds a little twist to this spirit of this witch. That she doesn't just come to visit you after you've lost someone. She caused the accident. I mean, maybe she didn't intend to cause the accident, but it does seem like a little bit of a connection there. All right, so you saw the numbers that flashed on the screen. Oops, let's turn off that. All right, so now let's go take a look at Shazner prepared for us the different screenshots. So you can see we've got six of the videos, we got these letters in a loose form grid. And in the last video, we got these 6 frames of letters. So Shazner did the hard work, but if I just try to roughly do it, so 1 and 2, we're going to start with the 6 set pairs of numbers. So 1 and 2, as I understand it, best matched this I and this N. Okay, so that's 1 and 2, IN. And then 3 and 4, part of the problem is it's hard to know exactly what the grid is, but as I understand it, I think 3 and 4 best match something in the lower right corner and E. I think it was those two next. And then, so that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4. And then let me circle them down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I could actually write it down. So I, N, V, E. Okay. And then 5 and 6 were from this N and this I believe. So N and I. And then 7 and 8 were the U and the M. The U and the M. And then 9 and 10 were from this V, which it's hard to see, and this I. Is that right? I think so. This V and this and the I. And then 11, 12 are this A and this M. A and then M. Oops, can't really, I want to draw it on that. Maybe it's drawing it, but it's, no, doesn't want to draw it anymore. It's decided it's had enough. Okay, okay, so INVENIUM. Oh, you can't quite see all of it, can you? Why would that be? There. INVENIUM VIAM. Okay, now that seems to be gibberish, except that when Shazner posted this, I don't know if Shazner also looked this up, but when Shazner posted this, I believe it was Antina who said, Invenium viam is Latin for I will find a way. Part of a more common phrase, aut invenium viam aut faciam. I shall either find a way or make one. Which is a pretty creepy little thing. Okay, so now that makes sense. I will find a way. Invenium viam. So good work to everyone who participated in that. Shazner for figuring out the letters and the matching. And okay, so that's our, and I can see I'm going to have to adjust that. I don't know why it's cutting off some of it, but there you have it. All right, so we think that Invenium viam is going to be the password for the 7th and final video. Now, what that video is going to be of, we have no idea, because it feels like chronologically we've gotten to the start of Sean's history. So is it going to now jump to the end of that, or is it going to be something else? We don't know. But it's time for us to watch it. So here we go. We're going to go back to the website. And we're going to try to put in this password. It's a little nerve-wracking. Okay. Invenium viam. All one word, I'll try. That doesn't like that. Okay. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Invenium viam. Invenium viam. Okay, I've made a way. Whoa, that's creepy sounding. All right, here we go. Goodbye, I've made a way. All right, let's see, is this full screen? I guess we want to do. All right. Oh, I see there's some writing down here. You need me to turn off me, see it better. What does it say? Break the contract. The cycle ends with you. Break the contract, and then there's a symbol of some sort at thecycleendswithyou.com. It says break the contract at thecycleendswithyou.com. Is that an email address? All right, let's watch the video and then we'll come back to this. But let's see, maybe we can watch it this way. That's okay. Well, that's creepy. Yeah, we may have to email, but let's watch the video first before we make a final decision. I mean, maybe that's what we're not supposed to do. Break the contract. All right, here we go.
Jennifer, please. I've done what I could.
What? That was it? It's only 9 seconds long. Let's listen to it again.
Jennifer, please. I've done what I could.
I'm going to listen to it again.
Jennifer, please. I've done what I could.
He says, Jennifer, please, I don't want to what?
Jennifer, please. I've done what I could.
I don't want to what? Let's do it again. This may be loud. Let's hear.
Jennifer, please. I've done what I could.
I don't want to what, does he say? Jennifer, please, I don't want to what?
Jennifer, please. I've done what I could.
What is he saying? Harry says it's a website. We should go there. We are there. That's where we are. Jonathan says it's very quiet on my end. All right, I'm going to turn up the volume to max.
Jennifer, please. I've done what I could. Jennifer, please. I've done what I could.
Yeah. The channel is trying to guess. I don't want to go or I don't want to cut. He definitely says, I think DJ Moneycut might be right. Yes, and Jonathan is agreeing. Okay, Jennifer, please, I've done what I could is what Jonathan and DJ Moneycut says, and that seems right to me. All right, let me turn this down a bit. Okay, so I think we've got what it says. Okay, and then Harry said, hey, it's a website, we should go there. We are there. That's the website we're on. The cycle ends with you. But what's additionally here is this looks like an email address. So break the contract at the cycle ends with you. So it's time for us to write an email. All right, so we're going to bring up, let me turn it off this so you don't see it till I get my email up properly. Okay, there's our archivist email from the Curious, so we know it's working. All right, so let's type our email. It's break the contract, right? That was it. Break the contract at the cycle ends with you.com. That's right, isn't it? Break the contract at thecycleendswithyou.com. I believe that's right. Okay. What is our subject here? I guess we're writing to Sean, right? This is Sean's. Oh, his name was Sean Lyons. Subject is Sean Lyons, parcel messenger. Contract, we'll say. Whom it may concern. Let's see. We are the latest recipient of the parcel. We have benefited from your research, and we believe we are close to figuring out how to break cycle and end this madness. We reaching out in hopes you can provide us any additional information that might assist us. This one is gonna, Shazner's gonna get in trouble. Someone's gotta take control of this. This Shazner's just going off on his own doing stuff. No, that's right. He's getting himself in trouble. This is not right. That's not how we do it here. Someone disconnect his internet. Shazner has to go wherever Delia is in her room and watch with her so she can keep an eye on him. All right. Is there anything else we want to write in this letter? I guess we'll just stop it here, and I'll just say, let's see. I'm not going to mention the YouTube channel. He doesn't need, we don't want to get them nervous about that. We'll just send this like this. All right. Let's see if we get email back. Still no email. Did I do it to the right address? Cycleendswithyou.com. I believe I did. No, we just gotta wait a little bit. Just make sure it's not get sent to spam or anything. Nothing in spam. Still nothing. Yeah, it should have coop42@gmail. That's our email address. Let me just see about the sent. Oh, did it send to the wrong address? The cycle ends with you. Break the contract at the cycle ends with you. Oh, I think we just got a reply. Yeah, we just got a reply. Okay. Reply just came in. Okay, let's read our reply. This is all I have left to give you. Decipher this and save us all. Okay. Do we give him a form letter response? This is great. Thank you. Ha ha. Thanks. Ha ha. Thanks. What a reply. If we send that. All right. So this makes sense to us. It's the ripped out page from our diary. Don't know how he figured that ripped out page out, but it seems like he has. And it's got our symbols in it. Whole bunch of connected symbols in weird ways. Okay, well let's save this if we can. I guess I'll screenshot it for one. Then let's see, can I can't click on this to save it. Okay, let's just reply. This is great. Thank you. All right, now. Surely you'll let me download this image. This is, all right, I gotta be careful that I don't, what did it do now? It got rid of it? It archived it? Okay. This is what drives me crazy, but I know you guys are sick of hearing me complain, but it's so ridiculous that that I have to mess around for an hour to figure out how to download this image. All right, you can't see what I'm doing anyway. All right, well, I took a screenshot. We have to do it that way. Maybe I'll just do it again. And then we'll send it to Sketchbook. Save image to gallery. Okay, but I don't know how to properly use Sketchbook in order to crop it. All right, well, we've got our image and we can print it later. Those are clearly our symbols, some of which we know the words for. So if we replace the symbol with the words we know, it will give us a graph of words. Maybe we can make a sentence from them. We still don't know what to do with it, but we should be able to make a sentence or fill out words in those symbol spots. Okay, let's leave that for now and come back to the rest of our issues. I suppose that could be, instead of the final solution, that could be giving us one symbol, but I don't think so. I think that's our final. Once we've already think we understand the most of this mystery is figuring out what symbols map to what words. And if we fill those words into that chart, I think we'll start to get, maybe we will get some instructions of what to do. Although clearly it wasn't a linear list. We recognize some of these symbols, but not all of them, right? Where is this one? Where is the witch one? It's a little weird, isn't it, that we don't have our witch symbol for offering? Why would that? Oh, there it is. I see now. We actually do have it. It's right. It's right here. Okay, so eventually we will reconstruct this chart during break and then write in the words that we know. Still not exactly clear what we would do with it, but maybe once we write them all out, it will make a little bit more sense to us. But it is interesting that there's a lot of symbols on that chart. Are there a lot of repeats? Because we only have 6 or 7 symbols. I guess there are a bunch of repeats. All right, well, we'll have to figure out what the meaning of all that later, but it does feel like that's going to be our final thing. All right, now the chat was asking about the phone call. Did we get anything about the phone call? We never got a reply to our phone call to Eric that we made, but it sounds like we don't think he's got anything for us or any reason to believe that he's got anything for us. So maybe we'll just push that aside for now. If we return to our list of puzzles that we don't quite, or potential puzzles. Okay, we figured out just now the video letters thing. We still haven't figured out what to do with the tarot cards. Although I wonder now if the tarot cards are going to map to those circles in some interesting way. The dog tags, we believe, are connected to the crash map puzzle. The amulet, we don't know, although someone had a theory about that on the channel in Discord, which I'll talk about in a little bit. Then we've got our blueprints puzzle, which doesn't seem to have a symbol, but is clearly a puzzle of some sort. There's our phone number we didn't get a reply to. The blotch puzzle on page 23. Thomas Cook, we don't think is a puzzle, but I just wrote it down in case. The torn page we now got in our email, so that's solved. This is the one that we might have mistranslated that we need to think about. This one, the group doesn't think is a puzzle, just someone writing a cross at the end of their name. The crash map absolutely is a puzzle. The horoscope looks like a puzzle. All right, so we've got a bunch of things we could work on. We could work on the blueprints. We could work on the blotch puzzle, the verify this puzzle, crash map puzzle, or the horoscope puzzle. I think what we should do is we should look at the blotch puzzle, because the suggestion by Antina on the Discord was, hey, the blotch puzzle looks like the amulet. Now, this was noticed earlier by someone right in the beginning, and I said, I don't know. But the natural conclusion that we didn't even think of at the time, unless I missed it, was not only does it look like the blotch puzzle, but we know the amulet is a magnifying glass. So the suggestion was, hey, don't you think it may be that when you look at this through the magnifying glass, you get something? And that's in fact, you can kind of see by looking at it, you'd expect this to be a word for this symbol, right? Feels like there's something going on here. Like a G or something. So And then it says, I feel it. I don't know what that's all about, but let me get out this amulet. It does kind of look like the amulet. Let me get out this amulet and see if there's anything that we can do here. It may only work for me. Let me see if there's anything that can be done here. I mean, I could get this for you. Does it go this way? What is this doing that could help? It looks like a flower through this magnifying glass, but I'm afraid I don't see anything else. It was a very good idea, but I'm afraid that nothing is jumping out at me. It was a good idea. Well, we did notice these lines and think about folding it. I do wonder, like, what if we not just folded it, but folded it around this way? Because it kind of feels to me like maybe, like I tried folding it like this. Does anything jump out at you, like a word or a phrase? I'd like to scan this. So I think what we'll do here is we'll take a break now a little bit earlier. We'll take our first break. I'll make a scan of this and I'll print out the diagram that we got in the email, and then we'll have things to work with on paper. Yeah? All right, let's take our first break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I've scanned and printed out some copies for us to mess with. I did notice that I folded it twice. This kind of looks like a fold, but not really. But then this actually really does. So, on the other hand, if you follow that straight line, it feels like it would cut into this. So I don't know how to make sense of that. Certainly this area is suspicious. This is suspicious. This over here is suspicious. But I've printed out big versions and small versions, so we could try a couple of things. And then the other thing we should definitely consider is the context of this, because this says, I do feel it. That made us think maybe there's something to feel here. Let me just be a little more careful about feeling. All of the pages are sort of watermarked damaged. You can see they're all bent and twisted, so like it all feels a bit textured, but it's not that painted on thermal stuff. I just want to make sure there's no like special one petal of this thing. And then before we try folding in some experiments, which we will do on the printouts, let's just read the context of this. John, no matter the cost, no matter the cost, no matter the cost, don't. You will save my soul. It is your choice. We may have to read through this again to put something in context, because we were wondering, what is the choice of this covenant? And now she says, John, dear John, what is happening to me? I cannot understand what this struggle precludes, yet I know your hand is present. It is of your choice. And I believe our love will be enough. You will save my soul, John, no matter, whatever, don't. And then she says, I fear like never before. Words I have not penned exist within the very writings of these pages, and have cometh from my own hand. This dreadful trickery must reside in consequence of the spells that had countlessly forced my internal wandering. These are her epileptic fits. Then she says, my core shakes as thoughts invade. I do not know what I cannot see, yet I do feel it. Very, very interesting that it's saying I do feel it anyway. And then she continues, the suffering of so many is trouble for my mind, can no longer allow me to process. This sounds like when we read this was about the other people that were being hung. But now it kind of also suggests what's going on with this covenant. So we don't see this anywhere else, but it does look like this. Delia was saying, maybe you look through this, through it closed, and maybe that, like if the lines of the necklace block out some lines. I really don't. If we depend on me being able to see something like that, we're in a bit of trouble. All right, but let's do some experiments here. First, we'll do some folding experiments. Maybe we'll do some cutting experiments. So if we fold on these lines, let's just get them folded for us so we can experiment with it. I'm going to make folds carefully on these lines for us. And then I'm going to fold on this other line that I'm not nearly as sure about. It's not vertical, so it doesn't feel like it's right. All right, so let's see. What could we do here? We could connect those two lines. It feels like there might be a little word here, something. Like that's what it feels like. Those are the suspicious ones. Let me just crease these lines a little better so we can have more flexibility. We'll try cutting these in a bit too. I mean, it does feel to me like this is suspicious. Like is that saying dog or something? That would be a big stretch. If we go here, not really. These do kind of connect and almost look like an O. It kind of looks like an I. You don't think you have to do this and then do that. That would be really stretching it. What other options might we have for doing this? The reason why this seems very unlikely is it ignores this line, which is the clear line. So it feels like it would be more likely for us to do that. Let's do some cutting here. Let me cut on these lines. And then here, this is the weird one. Not sure what to do about the fact that that one didn't have a clean cut, but maybe like that. Okay, so here is how it was originally. That doesn't seem right. There was our folding them all together. If we folded it backwards, we could get this. Doesn't seem right. Here's our original one. I'll keep it on screen in case you have some theory about it. If you turn it sideways, you think you might see something better. Let's see. Very strange, isn't it, that we got these lines through it? How would we connect these? What if we flip this upside down? Like, is there some way that these connections make some sense? Is there some way in which these shapes connect? Not really. Try looking at it different directions. If I don't see anything now, but if we take a look at it, let's just pick out some suspicious stuff here, right? Like most of these are blotches of the same basic shape, but then occasionally you get one that really stands out. Like these stand out. This little curvature stands out. All the things down the line. This stands out a bit too. All the ones that are split. This little corner thing sure stands out. This stands out. This stands out as being unusually shaped. So does the split ones. The lines sure seem like they want us to fold it or cut it. And I mean, it really did seem like looking through this would make sense. But you could just imagine this is a magnifying glass for some of the text that was hard to read, so it might not have any other purpose beyond that. The lines are important, maybe more important than the blotches, says Perry. I agree with that. Delia says, I really think they didn't put the magnifying glass in the box for nothing, so it must be that looking through that is the way to go. The part I doubt about that, I mean, the part that raises doubt about that is, yes, they wouldn't have put this deluxe thing in there for nothing, but there are places where the text is very small, and I could absolutely imagine that they've just included this so that you could read small text. But I think Perry's comment is the one that jumps out the most. Clearly, those lines are important. Clearly, those lines are important. So let's go back to them. And if you had to guess, you would probably guess that the game doesn't want you to cut that book page up, though it wouldn't mind you folding it. So if we folded out this, is there any way to line these up to get something better? Like, it almost lines up. If you weren't allowed, if they didn't want you to cut it and you just, but what do you make of this line here? Like, that's weird, right? Because it doesn't seem to go straight up. These go straight up, this one doesn't. And there's gotta be a word that we get. It certainly does look like one of those puzzles where you do some folding and all of a sudden and some letters come out of it. So one way to fold it on those lines is like this. Another way to fold it would be to go around in a circle. The left line is very wide. It's not wide. It's very thin. It's just it's only down here. Unless we think it splits into two. It's doing weird things here. And there's the crack here, crack there. Okay, let me see what else. Delia says, Jesse, go farther away when you look through the amulet so the blotch is the same size as the amulet. Jonathan says, the lines could also be dividing the blotch into fourths and narrowing the search for a letter to each quadrant if it's a 4-letter word. Interesting thought. Let me try more, Delia. The other problem with this amulet is that there's 2 ways to hold it, but okay, let me try more experimenting with the amulet. You picked the worst person in our group is the one that can see through this stuff. Does this help us in any way? Let me see if I can do it in any way that you could see it. Not really gonna work out. Let me try. If I look through the closed amulet, it actually looks kind of interesting. Like sparkly. Awfully tempting that it looks like something. Let me look this way. Because the amulet stuff sort of blocks some of it. Boy, I can't say I see any words. All right, let me try opening it up. Does it have a right side up? Maybe. Doesn't matter. What would the lines be then, though? That's the weird thing. Like, I'm not sure what the lines would be telling me. I don't see it. What about the idea that it's looking through the to the other page? Could it be lines could be telling us letters on the page behind? Because you can see through it, but too many letters would get caught. How interesting. Okay. John says the lines could be dividing each blotch into fourths and narrowing the search for a letter to each quadrant. If it's a 4-letter word, then it might not need folding. I think someone suggested this earlier, but maybe you flip the amulet over when closed so the grid is on the bottom and try to overlay it with the blotch. Okay, well I tried a couple things with it closed, but try some more. So if it's over it. It's just a mess. But yeah, I mean, it is tempting because these, sorry, you can't see, these lines feel like in a perfect world, they could go in the gaps and help you get a word out if it filled in a gap. But I just don't see how you would do that. How close is it to that? Let me see something for a second. I mean, these petals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 and 4, it's actually 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, it is 8 and 8. So these petals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then if we look at those here around the center, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is awfully tempting. Let me try to a little better now line those petals up. I don't know how to do it. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Hmm. I don't see it. I don't see it. That's all I printed out, huh? If we just look at the bisected parts, we would get one here, here. Be looking at the small. Well, if it's to be using this, then color me unhappy. Let's see what the chat says. Maybe you flip the amulet over when closed so the grid is on the bottom and try to overlay it with the blotch. And I don't really know what you mean. Just draw the amulet shape on it. I don't really know what you mean. Harry says, I know you said this diagram doesn't appear anywhere else, but is it possible a description similar to this one does? Hey, I do have an idea. I don't think so. I don't remember. But you did remind me that I think we already tried this. We do have Sean's comments about the book pages. What does he say about it? I stare at these walls of chains that confine, whilst the passing of time eludes me. The suffering of so many is a truth my mind can no longer allow me to process. My struggle in that horror grows stronger with every grain of sand that slips through the hourglass. I can no longer maintain wake nor slumber, as they have become one. Dream or reality, I grow so weary, there is no time in between. So that's not helpful, really, except that first sentence, walls of chains, does make you think more of this. Can you mark places on the blotch where there are gems in the amulet? Okay, let's see if I can. So first note that here's the page, and then it's not clear. I guess we would angle the amulet because these two are straight up and down with the necklace, but they're not straight up and down here. So your first decision would have to be, do you want to think of it like this or think of it like this? Right? Here's the up and down of the amulet. Has a diamond petal directly above and a diamond petal directly below, but the drawing doesn't. You'd have to angle the drawing like this to get one above and below, or like this. How you would know which one is which, I don't know. But if you wanted to, for example, say that it was this up and down corresponds to up and down, then there would be a petal, a diamond, a jewel here, a jewel in the center, a jewel here, and then there's a thing directly to the right. Let's see, a gap to the right. It falls apart. These places don't match up as you get further out. The next jewel would be maybe, I don't know, maybe there or maybe there. Next one would be maybe there, there. Actually, there's two, so maybe there and there instead of here. I can't really erase it well. Maybe like that. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't see how that doesn't seem to do anything for us. But 7 symbols, 7 markers. I wonder if these aren't a better match for this. 7 symbols. 1 in the center, 1 above, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and here. So that's a different puzzle. The lines, guys, it has to be about the lines. It has to be about the lines. It has to be about the lines. And what on earth is going on here? I mean, this is so different. You don't think it's possible that this line is intersecting? There's the T, there's the O, S, T, O, T. Almost, you could almost trace these lines to intersect letters, right? Like there's the S. This one is intersecting, it looks like the O and the T. It's like S, T, O, I, G. We combine these. Jonathan is suggesting if we're trying to move away from amulet, could the weird square blotch be trying to line up the clasp of the amulet? It is interesting. We do have some clues about our amulet. We've got some petals here. And then we've got 3 like little grapes here. Fortunately, we don't see any of those here. But it would be interesting to think about this here, but it doesn't really line up. We may have to move on from this puzzle at some point and just work on another one that we think we can attack better. What are our other words? We could almost, like, if we can get every puzzle but one, we might even be able to infer the last word. Let's see. Separate, release, book, contract, take, offering. I don't know if is it possible to fold these and then look through it? Do we then get something better? But then I don't know what to do about that one. Let's see if looking through this seems to do anything better. Shazner says there is an additional image attached to the amulet on the website labeled Victoria. What Shazner is talking about is when we went to the website and its list of contents in artifacts, I guess, if you look at amulet, you get a photo of the amulet, magnifying glass monocle, then there's Victoria. Probably not, but what if it is? I guess this is trying to show us that she was wearing a similar amulet. He seems to be saying it's probably not her, but it is. It kind of looks like in the background, those are our little things, but I don't know what to do with that information. Do we have anything else that can fit over the blotch? Something that can fit those lines? No, we don't. The only items we have left, well, we have the eyes still. That's not really going to help us, I don't think. We use those for a puzzle, and I don't know. Sorry, that's not the right size even. These photos are too big for this page. And then we've got the dog tags and the tarot cards, which don't seem to, in any meaningful way, align. Let's look. I mean, it would be lovely to find a way to use the tarot cards if anything jumps out. Like, there's a lot of things that kind of look like that round watch. Like, everything on every card has something that looks a little bit like that, reminds us of that round watch, but not really. The lines are obviously something. We cut it up. It feels like they should help us spell something. We separate these. Almost like this would go with this. Can we see the picture of the blotch from the website? Oh, yes, we can. It's the research. Journal, page 20. Ammonite says if you hold the watch sideways so words are on the left, the gems in the locket line up with the lines in the swatch. Do they really though? We've got an extra line. I think what we'll do is we'll keep sitting here with this for another 15 minutes till we get to our hour point. When we get to our hour long for this session after another 15 minutes, then we'll move on to another puzzle. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put up the timer here. And we'll just work on it in a little bit of silence. I wanted my countdown for 10 minutes. And then I see, why did I not have my timer? There we go. Okay, so we're going to sit in silence for a bit. I'll keep this on the screen while I play with it. I know it's hard to play with if it uses the monocle. We're all screwed because we all know that I'm bad at that stuff. Otherwise, we'll just sit with this and think it for 10 minutes. 15 minutes before we move on. No. No. And Tina says, I think I know the solution to this one. I think it can only be solved by Jesse. Can you give him a hint? DJ Moneycut says, we believe in you, Jesse. You can do it. And Tina says it has to do with the pendant. And not from the magnifying glass, the other side. It will block some of the spaces to form letters. So you're saying, like, don't look through the magnifying glass, just look through this. That's an interesting idea. But then what are the lines about then? You think the lines are going to be the 4 quadrants of the words? I think we're in trouble if this is dependent on me seeing this from the amulet. And I gotta say, I am not a fan of this system if this is it. We'll block some of the letters. All right, well, let's think about it for a second, because I think Antina is making some sense logically. We've seen this kind of puzzle. So let's think about it for a second. The idea is that where there's metal, the metal may connect 2 pieces and make them one. So that essentially, if you hold this up at the right orientation, you're going to get areas where there are 2. Your brain will say, oh, this is blocking it, and so they're really 1. So we could simulate it just by sort of guessing how to connect blocks to spell out words. But if that theory is right, Boy, I would sure like some hint as to orientation, though. And like that was Jonathan's theory that this might be it. But boy, that is not a good hint for this. An interesting theory. But then the lines are serving a weird purpose. But let's see. The idea is sound, that you would use these lines in this pendant to create words, but then you'd have to be holding it at the right orientation. I don't see it. I don't see it, and I'm not happy. It is it did say monocle. Well, maybe hold it right at my eye. Monocle, huh? If you're holding it as a monocle, how would you hold it? Well, I mean, if you're holding it as a monocle, you would have it magnifying and right at your eye, huh? All right, well, you've already seen me on these videos go on tilt, so what's the point of doing it again? But just know that internally I'm on tilt. Like, I don't like this. I don't like spending hours trying to find a way to make a puzzle work. So let's be adults about this. Let's take our break now and then come back and work on a different puzzle. And let's try to tell ourselves that we're enjoying our time with this game, and if it takes longer and we get stuck on a puzzle, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I'm not happy. It's not that I'm not happy that we're stuck. That's fine. I'm just not happy with trying to look through an amulet for an hour to make some visual illusion work that is so finicky, if that's what it is. So let's stop. Let's take our break, come back in 8 minutes and work on something else. We could always use the hints. We've never had to do it before, but we'll figure that out when we get here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I was thinking before we move on from the amulet puzzle, if Tina's theory is right, if the logical theory is right, that we're sort of using this to create boundaries that let us connect, let our eyes connect things, we might be able to draw on top of it what we would expect to be interfered with. So like the photo of this we would draw in, but I don't think we have much hope of that. Like it would, this thing would circle through like this. So the idea that these lines would let our eyes make shapes of these, but it's too complicated to do. It's too complicated. I can't do it. Okay. Let's move along. I'm not happy with that puzzle, but okay. We'll move along. I also don't love, well, okay. Neither here nor there. Let's move along to another puzzle. The one that I'm looking forward to working on the most is the map puzzle. DJ Moneycut. Shazner says, I give up on it. Trying to align things. And then Jonathan thought he saw writing in the tree. All right, let's take a look at that. Well, it kind of looks like writing, but it kind of doesn't. Looks like names. I don't think there's any way to decode any of that. All right, let's move on. And that's the puzzle we think we have a solution for, but we're not sure. And then there's this puzzle. Let's work on this one. Maybe we'll have fun on this. The other thing we could do is actually, maybe let's do this for a second. Let's do this for the symbols we know to see if it gives us any hint, because there's our blotch symbol right here. Right? It's only used in one place. So maybe if we figure out how to read this map and fill in the ones we know, we might even be able to get the answer to that. All right, so this here is offering. Okay, any other use of that symbol? No. That was our offering one. Then we have a take. This is the one we're not sure about. Let me put that at the bottom. Okay, separate was this one. Where is that? Here. Right? Any other use of that symbol? No. Wait a second. Have we already gotten that symbol? What's happening here? There's our blotch. Where did we get this one from? The plantation letter. So when we folded this, we got this symbol. Is that different from this? I guess it is. Yes, I guess it is. Boy, they look similar though, don't they? So one is like a 2 going down, and one is going straight out. Boy, there's symbol one. So this isn't our blotch. This is our plantation letter. Okay, so this one is release. Where is our blotch then? Is our blotch? Oh, here's our blotch. Oh, sorry. The cubes were confusing. Okay, here's our blotch. This one is our blotch. This one is our plantation letter release. Okay, that's separate. All right, that was confusing, but all right. So there's our release. Okay, then we've got book is this one. Okay, where is that? Here. Separate book release. I wonder if this is telling us to separate the book. It really, I've been picking at this to see if there's something underneath this, but I do wonder if this is trying to tell us that we might have to separate the book into its pieces to release it. Okay. Let's find this. There's our contract. Where is that one? Right in the center. Okay. Any repeats? There are repeats in here, but I'm not sure there are any repeats of words that we have. Look at this symbol. Here, here, here. Reused a whole bunch. And where is our S? Our S for take. Do we think we're looking at it here and here? Certainly looks like it's the same here and here. So we think this might be take, although I'm not 100% sure. And then here, this might be take. But we've got a whole bunch of symbols that we don't understand yet. So maybe this whole thing is the contract. This symbol seems to repeat here and here. So we've got this symbol 3 times, this symbol twice, this symbol once, twice, 3 times. And I don't know about this end thing. Okay. Well, we filled that in as much as we can, I think, for now. Let's put that aside and let's work on the map, which I made a scan of to make it a little easier for us. All right, let's understand the map. So Shannon Miller is writing, and she says, my husband Thomas is lost. They tell me to give up hope and that he has been a casualty of this war, but I will not. I know it in my heart he's still out there. I tried to track him, but no one will listen. I now realize that it's up to me and me alone to bring him back. Whatever happens to me, peace will come. I know peace will come. I'm not sure how I know this, but this is what happened to him. Okay, so now before we read this, he took off from Tonga at night. Let's take a look at our map and see if we can't read everything on it. So there's Papua New Guinea. Okay. Then we have what looks like the Solomon Islands. Something Islands. Okay. The Fire Islands. The Fire Islands. Sol Clay. St. Anna, Australia. Demon Atoll. New Caledonia. Angel Reef and Rough Air. Rough Air is here. This is probably where you got into trouble, maybe, but okay, this is looks like it might say, we might have to open up the book. Fortune Islands, okay, Fortune Islands. Vanuatu, Talima, Fiji, Tonga, Hart Island, and there's our Gale. Okay, so, and the dog tags are definitely related to this thing. Okay, he took off from Tonga at night. I think we might guess that he was trying to go here. Took off from Tonga at night, hit rough air. Oh, maybe, or here's where he hit rough air. Hit rough air, headed 0 degrees at 300 knots for 1 hour. So 0 degrees, not towards where he's headed, but I guess objectively 0, should be up, right? So I think that means he went 0 degrees at 300 knots for 1 hour. Can someone give us conversion knots to miles? Suppose I could look it up here, but hopefully someone can give it to me quicker. Knots to miles. Okay, so 1.151 miles per hour. So maybe we can just say a knot is a mile per hour. Although that sounds like rough enough for us. Okay, so 300 miles per hour for 1 hour. So presumably 300 miles, which it looks like this distance here is probably our grid size. No, it's a little shorter. So let's get an accurate scale here. So there's our 100 mile. I'm gonna do it like this to make it a little easier for us. Here's our 200, 300, 400 approximately, and then our 500. Okay, so 300 miles, 300 knots would get us somewhere in there, maybe a little bit past it, right? 300 miles per hour for 1 hour gives 300 miles. Okay, so if I'm right about the zero course, that gets us to here. Then change course to 235 degrees for 150 miles. Well, so 90, 180, 270. So somewhere between 180 and 270 is about 235. So I think that's going to be diagonally down this way. Although I wouldn't mind looking at a compass to make sure. 90, 180, 270. So 90 degrees plus 45 would be 225, would be down the middle. So 235 is slightly not pure, not a pure diagonal, but slightly in which direction? 225 would be the split. So a little bit, we're doing it roughly speaking. That would be our exact. You might go up a little bit this way. So somewhere like here is what I get. Okay, so unless, yeah, it says 235, not 235 from our current. So 235, unless I'm doing that wrong, for 150 miles. Corrected to due west for 3 hours at 225 miles an hour. So 3 times 225 gives us 675 miles. So there's our due west. Well, that's slightly problematic. 225 knots for 3 hours. Well, okay. That's 500. And now you want to go, did I do my math right? 675, yeah. So then you want to go 175 more, which puts us off this map, unless I'm doing something wrong, which probably I am. But essentially, let's see if we get back on the map. Okay. Now what? Took fire, retreated to 140 degrees. Is that what it says? Took fire, retreated to 140 degrees. Well, 140 degrees is going to be like this. Oh, 140 degrees is going to be like this. So going this way now, approximately. Maintain this course, 130 knots, crashed 5 hours later. So essentially, that would get us there. I do not like it, so, but it does leave us on the map. What's 5 hours later? Yeah, okay. No, that's not right. Proceeded to 140 and 130 knots. So actually, this is a fail because this would be if they were going 100 knots. But if they were going 130 knots for 5 miles, it'd be 650. It'd be somewhere down here. So that doesn't work. All right, so I did something wrong. Let's back up and try to make better sense of it. See where I went wrong. Took off from Tonga. Hit rough air here. Headed 0 degrees at 300 knots for 1 hour. So we should be going up 300 miles. And we think it's from here to here that's 100 miles, right? Not from here to here, right? That this whole distance is 100 miles, right? We don't know why he's drawn circles. Because if it's just 100 miles this way, then that's everything changes. Headed 0 at 300 knots. Let me just read what this says here. What does this word here says? I think to listen to that recording again. Wish I had more time. Okay, that doesn't help. So if we went due north at 0 degrees for 300 miles an hour for 3 hours, that puts him here. Okay, that one is fairly straightforward unless this is 100 miles from here. 0 degrees is marked in the center top. Oh, good, thank you. So that's what that 0 is. It wasn't a symbol, it was 0 degrees. Okay, well, that's what we were assuming. 0 is this way. Okay. Now, changed course to 235 degrees. 235 degrees is this way, essentially. For 150 miles, 150 miles. So we don't care how long it takes. We just know it was 150 miles. Did I, so 150 miles going a little bit, not quite 225, actually a little bit more this way. Okay, so essentially somewhere there. Okay. Or maybe even here. Now here's where we get into trouble. Corrected to due west, which is this way, for 3 hours at 225 knots. That's 675 miles, which puts us off the map. That's very troublesome. This is how I got into trouble last time. There's something I'm not understanding. Retreated to 140 degrees. Okay, 235 for 150 miles, corrected to due west for 3 hours at 225 knots. Well, I'll do it again. It's 500. That's 175. That's 675. Puts in there. You can't see. Okay. Then it says took fire, retreated to 140 degrees. Maintained this course at 130 knots and crashed. So 140 degrees is going to be this is going to be your 135 degrees is directly this way. You went slightly downward. But at 130 knots for 5 hours gets you 650. I guess maybe if he doesn't go straight down, I guess it maybe we can get us to Demon Atoll if we do this and we get lucky. So okay, so let's say there's his 500. Okay, and then another 150 gets us there. Okay, I guess we got it. I think we got ourselves to Demon Atoll. And Demon Atoll is, I guess, this symbol. This symbol, it's on this line. There's no vertical symbol. I thought, remember, my theory is we were going to get 2 symbols out of this, but maybe we're just getting the word demon. What do you think? I think what we're getting is that this symbol kind of looks like a Y. Is demon. A little bit more horizontal. All right. We crossed through the sideways question mark. Yes, we did. But where he crashed is where we're supposed to land up. Now, let's not forget, we have dog tags. Let's see if those dog tags provide us any actual extra information or help us in any way. Miller Thomas, they both say. T4198, T4443A. I mean, I will write that on this little demon card in case it's of any use to us. T-4198 T44 43A. And then there's a P. Someone may know what these symbols mean on a dog tag. Thomas Miller. What we can find Shannon Miller here. What year are we going to find her in? Is this World War II? Shannon Miller. Yeah, 1942 was Shannon Miller. So this might be year. Okay. I don't know how that would inform our symbol or where he is. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's unrelated to anything, or maybe we'll need it later. All right, so let's get rid of this. Let's bring back, if everyone agrees that it's demon. Asner says maybe the P is private. All right, let's bring back our map, our contract. Where is our written on contract? Okay, let's see what we've got here. We've got the Y symbol now, which is demon. So it's the demon contract. No other use of Y. Boy, I'd really like to know what this symbol is that's used 3 times. Where is our U symbol? Maybe it is time for us. Where's our list of puzzles? We don't have a U symbol. What does that mean? All right, our crash map, we think we got the Y. Horoscope? Where's our horoscope? We also have our tarot cards. I wonder if that's going to be... Oh, there. I did notice something about the tarot card maybe we should look at for a second. In the recipient card, does it look like she has one of our symbols on her card? Is that the end? Look at that and look at this. Hold on. Look at that and look at this. Okay, that. And now look at that. Does that look like our symbol on her card? So I think this means recipient, this symbol, and we might find other symbols on the cards. Like messenger could be written, one of the symbols could be hidden in here. So if you agree with me that that is our symbol, then maybe that means recipient. I'll just put from tarot card. Okay, so that's here. Call this recipient. And hey, look, it's here too, right? This is going to be a contract between the recipient and the... I'm not sure this is going to be take, but let's keep going. Do you think we can find any more symbols in these tarot cards? Shall we look through them? Let me give a nice close zoom and let's look through them together. Messenger would be something we'd expect to see. Now remember our list of them. Here are the kinds of things we're looking for. A U would be something nice to find. In fact, let me not do that for a second. Before we do the tarot cards, let's look at our astrology puzzle. and see what symbols we might get from that. What page was that horoscope on? 61, towards the end. Okay, let's look at that. What symbols are here? Well, there's our Y. We have this symbol. Does that mean we know that that symbol is soul? I think it does. I think this is giving us some of these symbols. I think this means soul. What does the channel think? Unless you think these are wrong, unless you think these are wrongly assigned, this feels like a puzzle. 5 children were born under ominous signs, one after the other. Alice with Mars rising, Sarah either under Mercury or Virgo. Jupiter rose 2 months prior to Mercury. Samuel was born under Jupiter or Saturn. The other planet rose under the sign of the Scorpion. Mary was an Aquarian. Venus rose after Mars. Saturn ascended 2 months before Jupiter. John was not a Sagittarius or a Capricorn. All the children were born to bad signs. John perhaps worst of all. My mother is sick. The doctor said she will get better, so I don't have to do this. I'm glad. I think this might be a solution that tells us we're supposed to figure out what sign John was born under. But I think that might be separate from this. I think this is giving us some symbols here. So I think we're being told what soul is. Where's my list? I think that the double C's is going to be soul. There's no reason to believe these aren't correct and that they have some other way of aligning, I don't think. So this is from page 61. And soul definitely sounds like a word you would see in this demon contract. Does everyone agree with that? So if so, we can go back to our thing and fill in soul here and soul here, assuming those are the same, and soul here. Soul, soul, and soul. Okay. Any other symbols here we care about? What's this? Do we have this one? Let me pull out a bit. Are there any other symbols? We've got soul. What about body? Is body here anywhere? Not really. And unfortunately, our U isn't here. What about... We don't know where this is, right? We don't know where a U is. Is this the same as this? Or is this a different symbol? Kind of looks like the same one, only rotated, but it doesn't seem right. So we don't know what this is. We don't know what this is. This would crack things wide open. This one, I can't tell if it's just this one rotated. Let me see. That looks like a 2. All right, well, it's definitely not that one rotated. So we've got this and this and this. Shazna said, I had a thought about the amulet puzzle, but I'll save it until I think we're ready to go back to it. But then wouldn't the Y go to Libra? Wouldn't the Y go to this instead of demon, you mean? Hmm. An interesting idea. What? This is the symbol Libra, you're saying? I thought someone said it was Jupiter. If we go on our map, that's not one of our options, right? No, it's not. All right, well, we'll put a question mark with that, but boy, Soul certainly seems like the more appropriate thing for this game. I'm starting to think that we're supposed to rip this book apart at the end and burn it. Okay. But now, how do we get... What's left for us? The blotch gives us one of these. But where are we going to find the U? Oh, let's look at our tarot card again. Okay, I'm gonna put also here a little question mark about Libra. Okay, let's look at our tarot cards now and see if we can't spot any other symbols, because it would make a lot of sense if there were a couple more here. And Messenger would make sense for one. He's got some weird looking lines in here that kind of look like an M, but we're not looking for such a symbol. So we are looking for this, actually. Looks like an N with a line. Not really. Shout out if you see any of the symbols we want jumping out at you. Otherwise, we'll just go through these in one pass and we'll come back to them later. Chasner says, my thought for the amulet puzzle is instead of trying to look through it with your eye, to shine a flashlight through the pattern to transpose the pattern onto the blotch. That's a very good idea, Chasner. I will try that. The N with a line is on the Z help picture. That is a very interesting memory. That is a very interesting memory. So you are saying it could be there. Boy, it's close, but not quite, is it? Because look at how this is basically an N and then a curvy from the bottom left. But that's not what we've got here. That's a very good idea, though. It is very suspicious that it's a help, and then we have this line here. But it doesn't quite match up. Damn good idea, though. Doesn't quite match up, though. All right, let's keep going. We're looking for a U, a Z with a line. We're looking for a U, a Z with a line, something that looks like an upside down 2 and a backwards 5. And then this weird thing. This looks a little familiar from somewhere. We don't have that symbol, do we? It's not book. Close, though. All right, let's continue with our tarot cards and see if we can't spot any more. We'll just look at them. This is our first pass. I don't see it. Let's try another one. In action. Oh, I see it. Who sees it? I see it. Who sees it? It's in the stars. Yes, it's our little backwards too. Okay, it's kind of cool to be finally using these tarot cards. Okay, so let's jump back. Our backwards 2, which is right here. Yeah, it's just no, I guess we'd say it's this one, right? Yeah, it's this one. So this is in action. Okay, and then I made a card for it. So it may be actually that, could it be that actually all of these tarot cards have a symbol? Maybe we'll make a pile for ones we've found cards for, symbols for. Put those aside. Okay. Next up is nobility. I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't in our contract. Let's see. We got a suspicious looking thing on his shoulder here, but I don't think we have a symbol like that. I'd love to find that U somewhere. Yeah, you think you see something here too, huh? But what do you think that is? It looks suspicious, but what symbol is that? That's not a symbol we have. It just looks suspicious. It looks like a 7. Sure does look suspicious, though. It kind of looks like there's another 7 here. I wonder if this is like the number 7. Remember there was some question about numbers adding up on the tarot cards? But maybe that's just seeing things. All right, let's put this one aside. If we don't see anything right away, we'll come back to it. What have we got here? Not too many places to hide things here. Can't zoom in too much more on that. I don't think there's just a bunch of dots in there. There's also yellow on this one, little yellow splotches. What's in the corners here? We got like a little X in this corner. What do we got in this corner? Same thing? A little different, but we don't have a symbol that matches that. All right, I'm going to say this one doesn't have anything. I'm going to move it aside, move along. Okay, this is presence. Wouldn't be crazy if this was in our contract. What has she got? She's sitting on some globe with some swans behind her as her seat. Mm, don't really see anything. Anyone? Is that the amulet? Half the cards look like amulets. Half the cards look like they have amulets in them. There's probably a name for this device she's got her feet on. All right, I don't see anything here. Let's move along for now. The loved one. I think we might have our you here. Here. And maybe like, I think that might be our you. It does kind of look, it kind of looks like even the parts that are like this tail is small and this one's at a sharper angle. That kind of matches our kind of off, and then this one at a sharp angle. Have we found our you, the loved one? It makes sense, right? Makes sense for the contract. Okay, that's pretty exciting. Okay, so we've got our you for our loved one. Let's make a card for it. Our tarot. That's our loved one. Okay. Now, if we fill this in, we get the loved one, the loved one, and then again here, the loved one. So it's a demon contract. You're the recipient. You can either choose an action or you choose an offering for the loved one. Recipient, loved one. Book, release, separate. Look at how this thing is tying these two circles together. So interesting. How are we going to break the contract and break the cycle? Is that what this is? A cycle? Maybe we have to break it somehow. All right, which is the symbols we haven't found yet? So we haven't found this one. And we haven't found this one. Let me make a list of the ones we haven't found. So we haven't found that. And we haven't found that over here. Is that it? Just those two symbols? These are the only two symbols we haven't found yet? No, and then we've got our blotchy one. There. That's it, huh? Okay, we're getting pretty close then. Beloved would have been better than loved one if it was one word. Yes, you're right. They should have called that beloved. All right, well, let's keep going. Unnamed lower left looks like the 7 from nobility. I have my doubts about that, but I'll bring it up again in case you want to look at it again. Okay. So that's a 7, and then there's kind of a 7 here. It looks a little like that, but not enough. Not enough, I don't think. Let's see. So let's see which ones would make sense, though. Fate. Messenger, which we already tried. Let's see if we can't find one in Fate or something. We're looking for those 3. Don't see anything. What do you think would be the next best thing? We looked in the world, we didn't see anything. Okay, let's look at the servant. Does he have any of our symbols in him? Nothing jumps out to me. Fortitude. This is a creepy one. She's got a mask of a lion on. There's a lion in the background. Her shirt is a lion. She's broken this column. That's a weird drawing. Don't see any of our symbols in it, though. Okay, moving on. How about the sun? We've got our little crab here, Capricorn or Cancer. The kid has fallen out of the cart. I don't see any of our symbols, though. May run out of luck. Logic. Here we go. Logic. Lots of lines that look like they could hide symbols. She's talking to a little demon there, trying to outwit it. Some weird looking symbols in here, but they look more like a K, not really our symbols. More symbol looking stuff here, but not our symbols. Okay, I don't see any. Let's move along. Only 2 cards left. Okay, here we go. Surely we're going to find one in truth. I see an N looking thing pretty dramatically in here. Is that our Z? No, I don't think so. Is it? Kind of looks like it. But it's not quite right. It almost has that curve we want, but not quite. Let me see. Its curve is in the wrong, is going wrong. Like it's not connecting to this back one here. It's not connected to that, so I don't think that's right. Plus, they haven't been upside down. They've been the right side up. Hmm. Don't see it. Presence. I thought we did this one already. All right, so on our first pass through, we have not found any others. Well, we still have 3. We know this one is from our blotch puzzle. I'll remind you, we still have a something puzzle here. That we don't know how to make sense of. But that might get us something else. Maybe. And then even if we were to spell all of this, we're going to look for symbols in the blueprints, but even if we were to get this finished, we still don't know what to do, right? And it doesn't feel like when we fill this in, we're going to know what to do. We know you have to make a choice. You choose between this and this? Or is this your choice? You have to have an offering that's connected to a loved one. I'm not sure we would know what to do, though. This is pretty cool, though. I just don't know what to do. All right, well, it's time for us to take our little break, and then we can come back and maybe work on the blueprints for a little bit. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I've made scans of our blueprints in case we want to try drawing over them. Let's look at our blueprints and try to make sense. Now, let's take a bigger picture view of what we've got with the blueprints. We've got 3 blueprints. In each one, she's describing where she sees a spirit and it leads her. She sees her son Jacob and he goes from one room to another, seemingly creating a path. We notice that we can arrange these in terms of cellar, first floor, second floor. So we can order them 1, 2, 3. And we've got letters here, although they don't seem like they could spell a word. They're missing vowels. In addition, we thought we might have spotted the woman in the diary talking about her son. Let me see if I can find that. The guy got lost. Trying to find. I thought we had someone talking about her son. Um, we know the son's name. I think Jacob. Jacob. Where did I see what we thought? Let me see what the chat is saying. Maybe we should see what the website says about tarot cards or their symbols in the blueprints. Finding the name of the blueprint's owner help us. I thought we saw something about maybe the next person to read this will make the decision to love or live. Maybe this relates to the decision. Maybe the next person to read this will make the decision to live rather than do what I did and just let the world control me. Where's our mother Jacob? Because maybe if we can find her here, it will give us some information. I can't find the woman talking about her son. Does anyone else remember that? All right, I give up with that. So instead, let's just spend a little bit of time looking at the blueprints. feel like I'm getting a little frustrated with this game at this point. I gotta be careful. An awful noise came from the boiler room on this third night after receiving the wicked parcel. I hear your whispers, your giggles. I followed your footsteps to the wine cellar, but nothing. Your taunts, Jacob, send shivers. I remember when we made these very plans. We built this place brick by brick, but I lost you to my greed. Oh, how I wish I could go back. From the boiler room, followed your footsteps to the wine cellar. It feels like I'm going to put these in an overlay and see if we don't get a symbol when we trace these out. So let's get rid of this. I wonder if we trace these paths on top of each other, if we're going to get a symbol or something. So let me put it in here. Okay. And let's register it. The two side things. Okay. All right. She says noise came from the boiler room, which is here. Right. Boiler room. I need my glasses for this. And then followed footsteps to the wine cellar. So could go like this, but could have also gone like this. Let's just leave one. Okay. And then this one. The wind swept open my doors. A strange parcel sitting at the entrance hall, which I notice is an E. She raced out to the gardens. Okay. It's hard to read things. Entrance hall is here. She raced out to the gardens. Okay, well, what route would she take to the gardens? This doesn't seem like, because there's so many ambiguous ways to get there, seems like this is probably not it. And then she could see his face in the gallery. Entrance hall, gardens, gallery window. All right, well, this doesn't seem to be helping us much. And lastly, with this that I can't really even align, she says, I was having my nightcap in the sitting room. Which I can't make out on this map. Straight lines, someone is saying, rather than the curved lines. Okay, she was in the sitting room where his face was last time. and then he went to his chamber, which is through there. That's the printer making its presence known. Very nice. All right. And then if we did those in straight lines instead of curves, we would get that. Okay, it doesn't look like anything useful to me. Was one of these... Yeah, this one went from here to here. This one went from here to the garden. And then saw his face here. So you might be able to make some case that it's this. And I really don't think so. All right, well, let's put that aside. That's not convincing to me. Shazra said, you might need to transpose all of the sheets together. All right, well, that's what I did. And I didn't get anything that made sense to me. Even if we did get a symbol from that, we wouldn't know what word to associate with it. So let's instead spend a little bit of time thinking about these letters. She sees something in the entrance hall. Oh, wait, there's another line here I didn't do. I heard you again in the cloakroom. All right, let me do this one. Let me do cloakroom. I didn't do this bottom one. Heard you again in the cloakroom, which I again can't read under that sheet. Or without glasses. Okay, cloakroom is here. Chased out to the fountain, which is here. We're getting a little bit closer to being this symbol. Because that, our little curve up. Let's see. Strange thing sitting in the what? In the corner of the entrance hall. So if it was sitting in the corner of the entrance hall, I'm not sure how that would give us our squiggle. That's pretty rough. I do not love it. But maybe we could squeeze a symbol out of these. However, even doing so, we don't have a word. So I don't like it. Either way, we still need to solve this puzzle of how we would get a word out of this. Let's try to make sense of this. And then I feel like I'm in danger of getting angry at this game soon. So I'm going to have to make a decision about whether we stop after 4 hours or find some other way for me not to be so angry. Okay, to my surprise last eve, the window swept open my doors, upon which she said the entrance hall. Well, actually, that's interesting. Swept open her doors, huh? Does that give us a starting spot? That might... Breakfast room. Drawing room. Not really. Left open my doors. Corner of the, or center of the entrance hall. I can't really tell. Reached down to inspect it. Rush of noise shocked me to the core. That's that core again. I raced out to the garden, but not a thing was out of place. Just a horrifying chill in the air. I looked down and saw him, my son Jacob, peering out of the first floor gallery window. So she goes entrance hall to garden to gallery, center of the thing. Let's try a different approach here. Frustrating as this is, and believe me, it is. I don't know if I can do this really. Let's try it this way. Garden to gallery to entrance hall. Okay. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Then she sees him again in the cloakroom, which is here. Chase me out of it to the fountain, which is here. She should have never opened it. Just leave me to die, whoever you are. Take these plans. Just take them and take my son's pain away. E.g. Entrance hall garden. And then cloakroom fountain. Okay. Then this one, which didn't scan completely, but says XF. An awful noise came from the boiler room, which is here. On this third night after receiving the parcel, she went to the wine cellar, which is here. Nothing. Okay. This is the third night. This seems like the first night. Third night. I wonder if this is my second night. During, let's see. What does this say? Something, my yes. Damn my eyes if I did not see him again. This must be the second night. Tonight, I was having a nightcap in the sitting room when he appeared next to me. He vanished. Heard the crying. I rushed to his chamber. and he was gone. So sitting room, chamber. DQ. There he was. Oh, this dreadful life. It has been ages since I shared this space with him. So I think we have 3 things in a row. And it is interesting that there's overlap. Like, look, he's seen through the gallery window here. And then there he is here on night 2. So he goes 1, then he goes here. Then on night 2, he appears here and goes here. And then look, night 3, he goes from here to here. So for sure, it's a route. So now I am convinced it is an overlaid route because he's making that actual route. So let's draw it all out on one of these pages. I guess this one has everything, right? So this is step 1, step 2, that was step 3. Then on day 2, he appears here upstairs and goes to here. Then on day 3, he goes from there to here. Okay, so I wonder if this description where she says, I discovered a strange parcel in the entrance hall. Upon which I discovered, like, this does not match. Maybe it's not a symbol that we're doing, but the letters, because this symbol comes pretty close to this one, but we don't have this curve up, and it's not really symmetric. It really is too far away from this. And it could be this if it wanted to. It could have been instructions. Let me just see what that actual symbol is, not just the one I drew. So this is the symbol we're thinking it's closest to. It's pretty far away from that, if you ask me. It's awfully close, except for the first step. So if this could be read differently, and we could be told that she was like in this kitchen and ran to here. The wind swept open my doors, on which I discovered a strange parcel sitting in the center of the entrance hall. Did I not draw this one again? Please tell me. Oh no, cloakroom, fountain, and then he goes back. It is interesting that he's doing this in a cycle in a row. Entrance hall, gallery. fountain. Boiler room, wine cellar. Sitting room, chamber. What are these letters then? How are we to make sense of this? Even if we got a symbol out of that, what are we making a word out of? What are we making a word out of? Well, I mean, I do notice it's DEFG. A little suspicious. EG, entrance hall garden. That's very suspicious too. XF. Are there any rooms in here that we would associate with an X and an F? Not really. Wine cellar, cold storage, boiler room. DQ. Hmm. Chat says, if you Caesar shift DQEGXF forward 14, you get subject. I also pulled up the blueprints from the website, and there's some additional clues there. Okay, I won't even complain about it anymore. Let's see what we can see here. Blueprints, huh? Artifacts, floor plans. Rutledge photograph, police report. What is it talking about? Blueprint 1. Okay, there's her notes. DQ. It doesn't even say DQ on the text transcription. Okay, and she gives her description again. No mention of the letters in the corner. EG. Okay. Now police report. What? What's this? What police report? What on earth? All right, I guess he's dug up some stuff. Let's read this. Detective David Egan Officer David Egan was called to the scene at 1434 Stevenson Drive at approximately 7 a.m. on Friday, October 4th, 1901, by Jacob Rutledge. Upon entering the manor, officer noted the heavy odor of human decomposition and began to search the large estate. During the search, Officer Egan identified many rooms in disarray, papers strewn about, broken bottles of alcohol, visibly damaged furniture, and the destruction of several gallery paintings. The source of the odor appeared to be in the master chamber room, which was also the most destroyed. Carved into the north wall were the words, "Take me." The carvings appear to have been made using broken glass from a bottle of bourbon. Near the carving, trace amounts of dried blood and heavy soiling on the floor below this location show the impression of a human form. The level of odor that has permeated much of the estate indicates that the deceased, assumed to be Mr. Rutledge, has passed away some time ago. Logical determination, suicide. An extensive search of the manor and grounds show that for Mr. Rutledge's body has been removed. It's unclear at this time where his body was recovered, and the one responsible for his removal is unknown. Jacob Rutledge's account. I haven't seen my father in 34 years. He was a good man, harsh but good. We actually spent my evenings as a child dreaming about building this place, and he spent his whole life working for that dream. I never realized that he was doing it for me. I just thought he didn't love me or want me in his life, so I left him. Came back here to reconcile and to tell him that I finally understand. I hope he knew that before he passed away. No, I have no idea where his body would be. Is this telling us that the father had to commit suicide as the part of the covenant, and that disappears the father who commits suicide and the son comes back? No sign here that the son was dead. But this kind of sounds like these blueprints were written by the father, who's now been found dead by suicide, but whose body is missing. And now the son has come home. I haven't seen my father in 34 years. So I left him. I came back here to reconcile. From the son's story, the son wasn't injured, he just left. But is it possible that the son actually was dead and now has come back to life? Let's check in with the chat. You trade your life for a loved one. The original ritual was going to be John bringing back his wife who was falsely executed. But are we thinking now, or am I misunderstanding, but are we thinking now that what's happened with this police report is the father has killed himself, that it's the father who's writing here, not the mother as we thought, but the father, and that the father has killed himself and has brought the son back from the dead, but the son just thinks he was away? Is that what's happening here? 1901. Rutledge, huh? But where is Rutledge on this list? Was this one of the ones that was fixed by the typo corrections? Artifacts, research. No. No. Parcel ownership. No, not that one I want. It's that one. So help me understand this. Maybe I'm getting it wrong. Maybe the son has returned, found his dad missing, and then has gotten the package. Okay. I guess Shazner says Shazner was agreeing with me, but now I'm thinking maybe I've got it wrong. But maybe the son came home to the father suiciding, and the father, and maybe the son is trying to bring him back. But explain to me why I don't see him in the ownership log. Shouldn't we see him 1901? Shouldn't that be here? 1943 is here. So 1901 should be here. So I'm confused. Well, let's look at the other document here. There was another one, a Rutledge photograph. Photograph taken in the master chamber, now in ruins. This is where the remains were found. Okay. That's fine, but I'm confused by this. 1901. Aren't we to understand that there was someone involved in the ritual did this? And if so, why aren't they in the... Why aren't they in the log? Or are we misunderstanding what's happened in 1901? I'm confused. Is the master chamber on the map? Are we supposed to use the photo to deduce where it is on the plan? I feel like we're doing a bunch of things at the same time. Having a hard time holding it all in my mind. Here's the gallery. Here's the master chamber right here. I don't know how that helps us though. Can someone please explain to me how this connects? Should we not see this person in the ownership logs? Or is he saying he hasn't seen him in 34 years? It happened 34 years ago. I'm confused. I'm genuinely confused. It sounds like the father... I haven't seen my father in 34 years. It sounds like the father did the ritual to bring his son back. We know where the master chamber is. This is where the remains were found. Okay. But then why isn't he in the ownership log? By 1901, he's dead. But he could have killed himself before then. A couple years. Oh, there he is. Okay, look. Henry Rutledge. So this is one of the things that the online documents corrected, and our physical documents have an error. So Henry Rutledge is in the online version of the ownership ledger. We noted when we looked at it that there were some changes. We didn't know why. Now we can see it was a typo correction. In my printed version, it's Skylar Lucero or something. Okay, so now it makes sense that Henry Rutledge did get the package, did kill himself. That's why, remember when we were listening to the woman, she's like, okay, I guess I'm going to drink this and I'll talk to him. I think she was committing suicide. So I think the contract is you have to kill yourself. And then the demon comes, takes you, and brings the other person back. And I think it brought his son back, but aged 34 years. And the son didn't even know he was dead. So, and then the Henry Rutledge killed himself and then was discovered a year later by his son, who came back from the dead. Now, we understand a little bit more of the story. In the chat, Jonathan says, I think we need to add a line between the master chamber and the entrance hall to follow the step about the wind blowing open my door. And I guess the theory is that if we do that, the master chamber is down here. All right, master chamber is here, which maps to here. If we do this to the entrance hall, we get this. Since he says, the wind swept open my doors. So is this symbol closer to this one? It really does not look like it to me. So I do not know what to do with this. And we still don't know what word to get out of it, even if it was. All right, now Shazner is doing Delia. Now Delia has gone off on her own. Two of them are out of control. Oh, maybe you're talking about in the diary, though. The note from Sims in the diary you're not talking about. Maybe we need to look at more research that this guy has done. Is there any more research we haven't looked into? But Delia was talking about the... But who's E. Sims? She wishes she could have saved Henry. But we don't think E. Sims has this now. If anything, we think we should find Henry's notes in here about wanting to save his son, which would be nice if we could find, because maybe he's got some clues about those letters. It's true that we do have an E. Sims talking about Henry. But we should be able to find Sims in the log. But, well, that's weird. I mean, Emma Sims... Emma Sims is very close to where Henry was killed. Like 8 years later. Has Emma Sims got Henry's thing? It doesn't seem likely, though, does it? We have no sign that there's that these are jumping around between multiple people in a sequence. What was I thinking of doing? Look at the dog tags. Does he have any? Miller missing. Okay, look, he got more information about the guy who went missing we didn't look at. Because I think we figured this out. Whoa, he's found? Tell me this is going to tell me they found him at Demon Atoll. He returned home. Let's read this for a second. After a lengthy battle for survival in a hostile territory, pilot Thomas Miller has returned home. His wife, Shannon, willfully claimed many days ago they would be reunited. Yesterday evening, after a long journey back to Denver, she is able to breathe a little easier. I held on to my husband every day since I found out he was missing, and I just knew he would be safe. Something to me. I won't be able to explain it. I willed him to come back to me. She says she's been attempting to hold back tears. Miller, 26, a rookie pilot at the time of his crash, was entrusted with a long-range night reconnaissance mission taking off from the 68th Fighter Squadron base in Tonga Islands. Experienced engine failure. He had to crash land on an uninhabited territory. All I could think about was coming back to Shannon. I spent every day surviving. I was wounded in the crash, and it's a miracle. Something happened. I don't know what it was, but something saved me. Shannon denied to answer any additional questions when asked about her experience during Miller's absence. So she seemed to have completed the ritual to bring him back, but she didn't die. What's this how? What? Oh my God. Okay. I had a question regarding these dog tags as an item in the parcel. Presumably Thomas would have had his dog tags on him while in action. So how did his wife have them to put in the package? I can't be sure, but I assume that maybe she had an old set that had gone missing. So this is just to explain to us how we have them. And then we have this map. It looks like an alternative explanation. Crashed somewhere in between Tonga and the Solomons. Hoping I'll be able to figure out my having trouble breathing. So please keep holding on. I can feel that you know I'm still alive. It's going to take them a while to find me. And if we don't see each other in this life, I will find you in the next. Thomas Miller. Okay. So the tarot cards are just pictures of the tarot cards. All right, we need to take a break soon, but I'm feeling a little scattered by these blueprints. Just pulling us in whole different directions. Number one, the story is confusing because in this case it looks like the guy committed suicide to bring back his son, but he brought back his son as an adult when he lost him as a kid or something, and no sign that the kid died. That's very confusing to me. Plus, the diagram showing his movements doesn't seem like it matches up with the symbol. Plus, I don't know what to make of the letters. Does anyone have any? We're sort of doing 10 things at once, jumping around to the guy. So well, let's take a break and come back and decide what we want to do. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I think I was getting a little cold. I had something to eat. I'm refreshed. I'm ready to go. The chat has been talking instead of taking a break, but the questions in the chat are really interesting. I mean, the question is, we're in a very weird situation because we've almost got this contract figured out. It feels like that's what this has all been about, figuring out the words for the symbols. However, we don't know what to do. Even when we figure this out, there doesn't seem to be any instructions or what to do. We know we need to break the cycle, but I mean, it feels like this might be a cycle, but we don't really, like, without a website to go to or something to do, it's not clear what we do. But in addition, the question is, we haven't found this symbol yet that we know of, unless we're missing it. Unless this is the symbol that we're getting from these blueprints, which does not look like it. So there's that problem. I assume the email, that address was some kinds of solution. I don't think so, but maybe. Maybe we connect the symbols with the same size, like the two smaller ones are take soul. It's an interesting idea. Well, let me. I think maybe we should go looking for this symbol, but I have another. I have another thing to posit. The demon gives you 1 year. Is it gonna be that we have to wait a year? And then the demon's gonna come visit me? And only in 1 year do we find out if we survive? I'm gonna have to find out the day I got this box in the mail. I'm a little concerned that in a year from then I'm gonna get a knock on the door. Let me see. The chat had a question. Jesse, check. Are you sure the lines do not form the diamond symbol? It looks like there's one short curve up and one long curve. I really think the diamond symbol is what we found in the floor plan. All right, let's look. So when you say diamond symbol, here is what I have traced out. He went from the entrance hall to the garden, then to the gallery, then to the bedroom, then to the cloakroom. Or no, let's see. It was from entrance to the garden, not a thing is out of place. Then I looked around and saw him in the first floor gallery window. So saw him there. Actually saw him in the window, so like there. Okay. Fine. And then from the sitting room, he appeared. I was having a nightcap in the sitting room when he appeared next to me. So, I mean, he could have actually started out here, but whatever. Then he goes to his chamber, which is Jacob's chamber, which is here. Right? So he could have been here, he could have been here. So, anyway, from here to the chamber. And then the next step is boiler room. The boiler room is right on top of or below there, and he goes from there to the wine cellar, which is exactly where the guest room is, I believe. Or, yeah, where the cloakroom is. So, there. Okay, so it's like a diamond. You could get a diamond out of it. But then there's this extra bit to the fountain. So fountain is different from garden, which looks like this part, or close to it. But this isn't even, I mean, it's not that. If we had a diamond, it was a diamond, but this really does not look like that. In a map where you could have made it if you wanted it to, look how much more complicated that is than a diamond. It's just not feasible. And of course, we're making straight lines, but I'm not sure why you would assume that. Should we make sure that the floor plans haven't changed in the online version? His study, his chamber. That looks the same. Garden, fountain. That looks the same. That looks all the same. Oh, I wasn't even showing it to you, sorry. Delia says, Jesse, maybe the draw the lines as path. Draw them as the person would exit and enter the room. Well, that's what I tried to do first. Let me just show you what I got, if you'll remember. It's the black lines. I got something insane. It made no sense. He went up here. He went through here. It was like this. He went to the room. Then he went to the garden. It was entrance to garden, but there were multiple paths he could take. So let me just look at this again. Maybe there are clues here. He's dead. And then there's this whole discussion about the body was found, and then we're given a picture of the master bedroom. Jonathan was thinking that must mean that we're supposed to add that to our there's that take me written there. Maybe we're supposed to add master chambers, but that doesn't help us find a symbol. I'm going to start from the back here and look for we still haven't found that Z, huh? Hey, here's our Z. Is it possible he landed here instead of here? And St. Anne would give us... But that wouldn't be good because we don't need this symbol. And her name was Alice Parker, not Anna. So I think demon makes more sense. But it's troubling that that's RC. I mean, others of our symbols are here too, right? We know that is the symbol for contract. And there's our diamond. Or no, that's a different one. That was the symbol we know as book, right? Yeah, this is book. So the fact that these are here don't seem to mean much. Although you could try to spell them out, but... Let's read the article about him coming back. A long article, but maybe there's something important in it. The war in the Pacific continues as more and more United States firepower sent to pummel the region. Island hopping, Supreme Allied Commander in the Southwest, Douglas MacArthur, New Guinea, Look for symbols in this newspaper, by the way. September 21st, 1943. All right, here's our missing guy. Denver native and rookie Army Air Force's fighter pilot was reported missing in action during a routine long-range mission outside of Tongu, something as part of the 68th Fighter Squadron. Support pilot who will remain nameless is a recent husband, well-respected community member. His wife, an elementary school teacher, is remaining strong, confident her husband will be found. He says she's convincing he's going to be found. Primary target, Solomon Islands. Missing pilot said to have been sent out on a night mission. Rail tunnel fire. Doesn't seem like any of this else is relevant for us. There's his dog tags. It's really ridiculous that we have to read it like this. Okay. If we got this one wrong, it could be a different symbol, but doesn't really help us, and we'd still have to find the S somewhere. Does anyone know what the F this is? Nope. I never thought anything like this would happen to me. Then it came to me in the night when I was asleep. I only wish I could save myself, but I don't think that is how it works. Does anyone know what this is? Nope. This seems like it's telling us this is some kind of code. Let's look at this page in the journal. We're just flailing about now, unfortunately, which is really... Look at this. He's written it out in his grid. That really sounds like it's hinting strongly to us that this is some kind of code. But what kind of code would it be that's fully spelled out? INTALTWHTMATICT. Just see something. I never thought anything like this would happen to me. And then it came attic. Then it came to me in the night. In the night. When I was asleep. I only wish I could save myself, but I don't think that is how it works. I was trying to see if the first letter of each word was spelling out something. INTALT. Chasner says going to sleep. Jonathan says I added some images to the Discord to try and argue about the diamond symbol. If you leave off the master chamber and draw a diagonal from the center of the entrance hall to the upper left-hand corner, Julia says it makes sense to me. Well, okay, let's assume for the moment. Let's assume for the moment that the blueprints are about the diamond symbol. It doesn't, we don't know what to do next, right? We still don't know what word to put with that symbol. I'm just looking for, I mean, if we could find, mm, Caesar cipher 14. It can't be. It just cannot be. It cannot be that. I mean, the word could be subject, but the idea that we would get a 14 rotation out of just a random number 14 of many numbers that were in the police report makes no sense. I just don't see how that makes any sense to me. I just don't, I don't buy it. I'd be more likely to think that there's a symbol we're missing from one of the tarot cards, but obviously the letters on the blueprints mean something. I just don't know what. What is the sequence of letters if we arrange them chronologically? I believe if we arrange them chronologically, we get E, G, D, Q, X, F. E X F E U. Really like to find if there's anything in this book about that. Like maybe the letters correspond to. Ugh, this thing. All these people have lost something, and I am one of them. I will not make a choice. John was born under. 5 children were born under ominous signs, one after the other. Alice with Mars, Sarah either under Mercury or Virgo. Jupiter rose 2 months prior to Mercury. Samuel was born under Jupiter or Saturn. Another planet rose under the sign of the Scorpion. Mary was an Aquarium. Venus rose after Mars. Saturn ascended 2 months before Jupiter. John was not a Sagittarius or Capricorn. All the children were born under bad signs. Is one of these symbols that we're looking for one of these signs of the planet? Is that what's happening? That Z isn't a sign of a planet, is it? Okay, result. Okay, result could be DJ Money Cut says take me seems significant, but I don't know how. I agree with you. That sounds, the idea that he wrote take me on the from the master chamber on the wall kind of seems significant, but then again it's significant story wise, so maybe not puzzle wise. It is 6 letters though, so if you do take me, no clean way to do that. Well, we're gonna stop soon. It's a painful place to stop, and I'm not looking forward to being in the same position tomorrow. I just don't know what else to do. I'm going to spend some last minute. DJ Moneycut says the astrology puzzle seems like a constant thing. Well, the astrology puzzle requires some knowledge of what these mean. This seems like it's going to require some research. What it means to say, what sign is Mars rising? Like, I don't know how that works. Maybe there's charts of it somewhere. Mars rising, Sarah, either under Mercury or Virgo. Jupiter rose 2 months prior to Mercury. Samuel was born under Jupiter or Saturn. I guess you need to just know the astrology signs. But what does rising mean? Does that mean, like, I'm not sure what that means. I'm gonna look at these again to see if maybe there's another, maybe there's a symbol that we missed. One of our symbols, because we don't know where on earth to get that Z symbol from. Or we could be looking for the S. I mean, that looks like a little bit of an N, but we discussed how in the cases we've seen it, it's been very clear. And we're not just looking for a Z, we're looking for a Z with a weird curve in it, and that doesn't seem to have it. I'm just going to look through these again, and then we're going to call it. Feel like that demon is laughing at us today. Servant seems like something that could be in a contract with a demon. What's this thing? We don't have that anymore, do we, that we're looking for? Or do we? Hold on. Don't we need that one? Hey, that's another one right there. Right? We got one. That's one of our 3 remaining. Messenger. Okay. Thank you. Delia was saying the physical tape to see if there are any symbols on it. That's an interesting idea. Let me just write this down and I'll be happy to look at the physical tape. The soul of the messenger. Soul and soul and soul. Take the soul of the messenger. Okay. Oh, gotta organize things. Getting kind of crazy here. You wanted to look at the tape, huh? It's a whole bunch of scratching, but I'm tilting it so I can see them and they don't seem to make anything out. A whole bunch of scratchings, but no words in the scratchings. No, I'm afraid there's nothing to that. I mean, we have most of this. We're missing this symbol from the blotch. And we're missing this Z symbol. All right. Jonathan says, well, it's probably time to call it for this stream. I tried the flashlight. I tried looking at it through a flashlight. I didn't make work. DJ Moneycut says, is it time to rip open the book cover? It's going to be time to rip open the book cover tomorrow if we end up in the same place. All right, everyone has my blessing to figure out. If you think you can figure out something without going to the hints, be my guest. Otherwise, after 5 hours, we're going to call it a night. This was a rough session. Although, in fairness, if you're battling a demon to save your soul, not supposed to be easy. But it looks like we might have to put up that bat end signal and get Nicola in here. All right. Well, I'll see you all tomorrow.